Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world today. We're getting our Final Fantasy XIV stream started this morning, and we started off here in our in the Flame Barracks, just taking a look in at our adventure squad here. They've all gotten up to around level 40. We haven't been focusing too much on them, but I thought I would give them a look and see what we can do to get them on their way here. I think I've got to level them up a bit to work on them. Yeah, the strength is not so good. Let's see, who have I got to who's got more strength here? If I was going to use, he's only level 22. Yeah, if I could get these lower level ones leveled up, they might be pretty good. But for now, I'm just sticking with the ones that are closest to level 40 here. Well, let's see. They're going to fail that. More than likely, if I deploy them. Yeah. Let's see if we try to boost strength some more. We might be able to do that. Drop it off by 20 and see where they end up at that point. Let's just do it. We'll let them do that. And we've got more story to do. We finished off our Endwalker main story. I've got a bunch of materials here. And I need to do some more desynthesis here. My culinarian desynthesis is well behind where it needs to be for this level. And let's run over to the summoning post here. We moved ourselves back to our home world so we can make sure we're selling stuff and access to all the things we can only get to on our home world. Excuse me. All right. Well, I think we're ready to get started back in the story here. Head over to Razat Han and continue on here. We also have our class quest that we're going through too. We started it a while back. We've got to go speak with Yugiri over at the Dolmen Enclave. Tracking down the blasphemies. All right. Flower faces, yeah. Flower. Not sure why that's doing that, but we don't know why. We don't know why. Welcome to Merid's Mayhem. Hi there. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty. Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jahin. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayhane's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Merid found out I took coin from the Thavner's savior, he would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Yes? Let's speak with him. And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Oh, just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Here we are, one of Mayreed's finest. Enjoy! Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Jolene empties the cup in a single pull. That was very kind of you, miss, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It doesn't seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Alzadal? He was Khan of the Ari tribe, which sailed to Thavnir from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Radz-at-Han. His decision to aid the Arkasadara is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Alzadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Radz-at-Han's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there's the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Radz-at-Han, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in... Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Malil, another round for the professor. Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Ho 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 ho! Today was a splendid day to visit the Mayhain. Thank you for the comment, Rashford. I appreciate that. Where were we? Yes, those who did return from seeking the treasure vault refused. I mean, flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur of spirituous potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have, no, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. I am no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manner of dangers have you faced? The very edge of existence? From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Milil, more of the same if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Jeline drains yet another cup dry. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the ways to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. Oh, what's his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Milil, more drinks. And signal for water instead. Your drink, sir. Ah, marvelous. I am parched. Jeline gulps down the cup of water. That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. Ugh, I seem to have overindulged. I am put in mind of the words of Master Jalzan. Be wary how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me, I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the Mayhane's fine spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. Looks like we've learned all we can. All right. Let's see, I'm gonna check on some things here. Oh, already selling some stuff. That's good. Yeah, I can look at that later. See what's going on here. All right, well. Anyways, let's see. We've got to go find with Azama. Did they come in? Yes, they did. They're right there. Yes, I am Azama. And who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Al-Zadal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes. I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Alzadal III's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me, how he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zashal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty, and within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Alzadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. Okay.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
Oh, it's Asahi's face.
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Alzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Khan, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed had never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoard they stand to uncover.
Huh. Don't do it, Estinian.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
Right.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price? Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure. But why Thavner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the Bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I fleece one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
You seem eager to be underway.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavner what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove. Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant.
Oh, good. I'm glad you realized that.
Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
I guess so. Shall we split the expenses?
I appreciate the concern, but there's one thing I've learned from my time with the Scions. It's how to better manage my coin purse. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
Right, let's see, is there anything around here? Doesn't look like there's anything popped up. Nothing that we'll want to worry about here, it looks like. You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavner at Reacher's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast, and made his proposal once I was too full of Heinish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akyali and see if he can help us. Alright, well let's head over there then. I can throw this off my bar here. Hey, Matsya. My friends, what brings you to our humble village? So, you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beasts? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnair? You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Ashal, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have... well, we'd be... Enough. I know your game and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you, but there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... Now you've gone and made him cry. I did not. That was not my intention. Oh, very well. Assuming we do find this treasure hoard, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas on whom to approach? The scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Thancred and Urianger would be nice. Thancred and Urianger, eh? Those two would answer our call, certainly, but they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind, and I am loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission. Pistola. Pistola? Her magics would be a welcome addition, aye, but I am loath to interrupt her research. Mayhap we could ask a less prickly companion. Raha, Kia, and Kryl. Aye, Kryl may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he, though? Strong, I mean. What is your name, boy? Merad, sir. Well, Merad, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, Merad. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. What are these? Here's several bunch of things opened up. Crystal from Beyond, Seeking Sanctuary, Odd Job, Cutting the Cheese, and Where No Lopert Has Gone Before. I Wandered, Charlian as a Minstrel. Alright, let's go to the Valdesian Annex. And what is this here? I think we'll ignore that for now. Oh, look who it is! Welcome back, Anne. What might the students do for you? Braha? Yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Kryl. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break.
Ah, Urgica, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
It's me.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
What are the two of you working on?
Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenon, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition? I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
He is just itching to go.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Indeed we are, my friend.
Have you asked anyone else to come along? Then might I suggest we invite your Stola? Ever since the Scions disbanded, she's spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Gooble Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger. He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loporrits are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Sounds good.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Wrong way. All right, we got another face on there.
I've never known Y'shtola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Close my eyes for one moment. How long have you two been here?
We just arrived.
Did you now? I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar. But 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Achiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
let us go look for Urianger here at the Almazine then.
Ah, our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
Wasn't Thancred with you?
He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperites had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperites now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts. Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos?
We need a healer, basically.
Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
Yeah, you're looking well.
That's because we didn't travel by experimental aetherite. It's astounding what a lack of nausea does for one's sense of well-being.
Huh.
In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I?
Huh.
In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
All right, back to Ikali. Find Estinian there, I guess. I send you to recruit Graha and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsya's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs and the shallows there. Aye, we will keep an eye out. Alzadal III. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So, let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. already into another duty. Cool. All right. Let's see here. Average item level 560. Oh, we can't do it. We're going to have to get some new gear. All right. We'll work on gear then. Let's see, where do we want to head to? Charlian, I think, for starters. See what we can put together anyways. See, not sure. Do they have a tombstone gear seller here? I forget. Oh, it would be in, oh, that's right, it should be here. Like back at the Crystarium, they had one there. Let's head over there and see what we've got. Might just need to go to Rods at Han, actually. The blue bag. If we see a little blue bag. Yeah, Crypt Lurker gear is going to be too low level, I think. Yeah, it's only level 80, right. So unless we've got something like that in old Charlian, we won't be able to get anything like that. Alright, let's look for a blue bag somewhere. Nothing like that, it looks like. No blue bags hanging out. I guess not. Alright, let's head over to Rods at Han then. This merchant is just selling regular stuff. Alright. Collectible appraiser. Strip exchange. Blender's vendor. What about over here? Oh, materia. Alright. On the other side. There's some totems and other stuff here. Token exchange. What do we got? Classical equipment. Oh, well, we're not making that. Can't make the Rinashada or classical stuff yet. Totem gear. We don't have those totems. Okay. Let's check down here then. There's gear exchange and tombstone exchange. There we go. Let's see what we've got. Causality and comedy. I don't think we've got any of those yet, do we? We've got 25, so we don't have enough to really get anything there. Causality, let's see, only 120. Yeah, we don't have much of that stuff, do we? Nope, we don't have enough to get that. Gear exchange, let's see. Augmentation. Yeah, we don't have the stuff to do that either. Okay, well, let's see. What were we going to do about getting some new gear here? We're currently 555. We're just short by 5 eye levels. That's 560, 560, 560, 548, that's 560, 530. Upgrade the wrists for sure. Wrists, ears, and one of the rings. Okay, let's see here. We are not, we're still level 80-ish on everything here. We can't even craft the stuff for ourselves yet. All right, well, let's see. We might want to take a detour. Trying to think about this. Do I really want to? I could go see how much some of this stuff costs, but I really don't want to have to buy it if I can help it. Especially on this server. Yeah, we don't want to buy stuff on this server if we can help it. Not too bad, I guess. High level 640. For the weapon anyways. Let's see, that would be 134. What about some gear to upgrade here? Was it the necklace? Is that the one that was so low? No, the necklace is already 560. Bracelet, that was the one, I think. Yeah, that one's only 530. We're still using the old Crypt Lurker of that one. How much are these? Well, that's even more expensive than the weapon. Interesting. And let's see, what about a ring? So. I think what I will do is go back over to populated server and see what the prices are there. Alright, so what we'll do in the meantime, we'll take a quick intermission and be right back after we switch servers here, or switch data centers. And we've successfully traveled. Alright, let's go to the market board here and see what we can find. Let's see what it looks like. Thank you so much for the hydrate. Appreciate it. Good water. Alright, let's start with the weapon and see what they're at. Wow, they're even more expensive here. For the weapon anyways. Let's try the others. Bracelet. Yeah, now that's lower than the other one. Alright. Let's go ahead and get one. What the heck? Get another ring. Let's see if it's fairly cheap. Yeah, we'll take one. And was it the earring that was also below? Item comparison. Yeah, that was 548. How much is that? Oh, that's easy. We'll take just a normal quality one of those. That's fine. Alright. That wasn't too bad. Not too bad there. Alright, so we got 3 new pieces on. Yeah, that gets us up to 580, so that'll be plenty. Cool. Alright, now we can go do our duty. Let's see. I would rather use Estinian, I think, than Ishtola.
Right then.
It looks like Graha is going to be our tank. Alright. All right, let's see if we can get through this.
Together we shall overcome this.
I should have picked up another weapon too. Be nice to have that.
You underestimate me!
Hold
Maybe
still.
we'll pick up some stuff here too. Yikes.
Make ready! Make ready!
Hold still. Hold still.
Be gone!
Alright, first boss, I guess. Ambu Jam. Alright. What's it doing? Not sure what that was doing.
Allow me.
I'll see if I can look more closely at it. Tentacle dig.
Be gone!
Supposed to watch where it ends up, I guess. Big wave. What's that gonna
Hold still.
And tentacle dig again. We're gonna watch where stuff ends up. I see. Okay. See what that's doing. Big wave again. And there's that tentacle dig. Gonna go over that one. Oh, damn.
Allow me.
There we go. Alright, got through that. And got some causality for it too. Yep, maiming. What gear are we getting here? What gear are we getting here? High level 575 gear. Oh, that's nice. Assault encrusted teleporter. Okay. Arapago. Oh, I remember that name from Final Fantasy XI, I think. The Arapago Islands or Arapago Reef, I think. Nothing there. Oh, there's another ring. There we go. Give us another high level. Ooh. What's this?
Allow me.
Together we shall overcome this.
Hold still.
Got those down. Okay, I guess. And let's see. And I'm gonna take just a short break here. I'll be right back. One moment, please. All right, we're back. I appreciate the patience there. We'll get going here. We just have to take our time through this and hope we don't have to retry. Hope we don't have to retry battles very often here.
Hold still.
healing earrings. And another one of these. Okay.
Hold still.
I'll focus single attack. Yeah. See if we can get it run down as fast as possible. Yeah, keep calling for reinforcements so we can get it down as fast as we can, so we hope we don't get overrun. Alright, that one's done. Crab wearing a crown. Interesting. And the second boss now. Alright, let's see if we can do this one. Armored chariot. Get out of that. Ooh, what are those claw things doing? At least that's kind of what we need to do there. Based on the way those things are pointing.
Allow me.
That was kind of bad, wasn't it? I'm going to have to try to do that again, probably. Okay. Not sure where we're going to want to go here.
Hold still. Together we shall overcome this.
Be gone!
Oh, that about got me. Oh my god. Ouch.
Allow me.
Yeah, that would suck to lose it right there at the end like that. Yuck. Ooh, thigh boots of aiming. Something new. Alright. Ugh. It's going to be easy to get knocked out here, I think. Hey, King Lalafell, thank you so much for that. Yeah, we're getting into the patches here.
Allow me.
First dungeon in the Endwalker patches here. See if we can muddle our way through this one. It's looking quite likely that I'll get knocked out if I'm not very careful here or just don't know what's going on.
Make ready!
So how you been doing? Hope you're doing all right today. see, I didn't pass up anything. Doesn't look like it. Oh, you thought I was Peter West from RoboKit.
Hold still.
Oh yeah, I guess you could say that. It's going fine. Yeah, got into the very first quest of the first Endwalker patch, and got to the first dungeon relatively quickly. So I had to buy some gear to make sure my eye level was high enough. There, I could have waited and got my crafters leveled up and made it myself, but I didn't want to wait. The Looming Warden, Kapakulu. Alright, well, let's see what happens here. Oh, there's another treasure coffer. Material. What's that gonna do? Oh, spikes. Gotta stay out of the spikes, I guess. And it looks like spikes are gonna pop up here too. Looks like I'm gonna just miss that one, maybe. Oh. Ah. Oh, barely. Interesting. Okay. Fair enough. Let's hope we can successfully navigate that again. Just got your 640 gear.
Allow me.
You underestimate me!
1.2 million. Yeah, that's not too bad, I guess. I guess I better follow the NPCs because I have no idea what I need to do here. Oh, and of course you're going to put the stack marker on me.
Allow me.
All right, let's see what happens here.
Be gone!
Well, avoid that one. Oh crap, get out of that. There we go. Finish any time now. Oh, no, stay out of that. Okay, that wasn't too bad, I guess. He's tying to that one. They're stacking. Okay. Okay. Not sure. May have been bad timing. We got it all. Almost got him. Come on, get him down there. Come on, let's do it. Do it. Done. Yes. Oh, got through the first dungeon. Awesome. Home server. Let's see. For this character, it's on Halicarnassus, the newest North American data center, so it's not very populated. I mean, I've got characters on every data center. Well, I'd say every region at least. Now that they've made it so you can jump data centers within the same region, you know, I've just made sure I've had at least one character everywhere so I can play almost anywhere in the world now. But my favorite class, I'm liking Dancer a whole lot, to be honest with you. Let's see, Monk also. I'm basically DPS. I may do some streams in the future where I learn how to do tanking and healing, because I've traditionally not been very good at that, so it might be something that I do, try to engage you folks and help me out with the tips on how to tank, how to heal, that sort of thing. But yeah, I've been mostly DPS, and like I said, I've been really liking Dancer and Monk in particular. Those have been easiest for me to play. What about yourself? What are your favorites, and where do you hang out typically? Darbor Jacket of Maiming. Well, that won't be useful for Dancer. At least I collected some comedy and causality. We'll see what we can get there. And we got a teacup Kapakulu. Much the same. Same character across all three data centers. First home server was Adamantoys. Ah, okay. I had characters on Adamantoys at one time. Still might. I'm trying to remember. My very first character, back in 1.0 days, I started was over on Sargatanus, or however you say that, and played 1.0 probably for about a week maybe, and just kind of gave up on it. It wasn't really something I was wanting to spend much time on. Then after they redid it and A Realm Reborn came out, then I got really into it. It was a lot more interesting, a lot more fun then. Been a fan ever since. But this is the first time for me to get a character up to this point in Endwalker. I've got some of my other characters are already up to at least the end of base Endwalker. This is my first time going through the patches now. Brutal hard before they got rid of TP. Yeah, I guess so. I remember having to use TP for some of the moves and all. Yeah, and you could run out of it and couldn't use your skills and stuff. Yeah. That was a throwback to Final Fantasy XI, I guess, where you had to build up TP to use your special moves and all. All right, right, well, I'm glad we got through that. Let's see what happens next.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshar?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Oh, you're hiding on Twitch, visiting your Eorzean citizens to avoid working on your own YouTube stuff. Oh yeah, well I'll have to make sure I go over there and get a subscribe on you then. I'll look for your channel. That would be cool.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
I wasn't going to touch it, but you know Ishtola.
You and I will speak later.
I'm sure we will.
Not the time for frivolity, my friend. Not the time.
I know, tell me about it, that bombastic death stare.
This something of which thou speakest, might it be some manner of threat?
Perhaps I should simply show you. I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
The void? Oh my gosh. I'm over on Diabolos now. I switched data centers so I could try to find cheaper gear. It's over on Halicarnassus. I guess that's which data center? Crystal, or I can't remember the data center names, but yeah, the gear was a little on the pricey side because there's not so many people there to sell it, I guess. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the Source and the 13. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. All right, now we talk, Ishtola.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the Ether Data Center's not a cheap one. Gotcha. Crystal, too obsessed with the erotic role play, and too focused on keeping the market. Primal don't even know, but EU servers are probably the cheapest. Yeah, possibly so. Yeah, haven't really paid too much attention to the overall prices between different gear, so I'm not really familiar with it. But yeah, I had to jump server because I really wasn't too happy with having to pay too much for some of the gear.
Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
Oh, what's that? There used to be a Discord mods that would track the cheapest prices. Oh, well, that's kind of interesting. I figured it might be. I remember there was, at least for Final Fantasy XI, there was an FF11 market board site you could go to and check stuff there. And I would imagine there would be one for 14 as well. He got a cease and desist from Square Enix for doing that. Oh yeah. Interesting.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Allag was dust, and the arts to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn.
No, actually, I just started the patches. Well, I mean, I started the first quest in the first patch of Endwalker last stream, but I just started here. This is the first dungeon, so this would be what, 6.1 or thereabouts, I think. What's the latest patch was what, 6.4? I must still only be in like 6.1, I think.
Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
And you know, I could run out to the internet here, get my browser up and check the name of the quest, and there's some place where it lists which patch contains which quests and all, and figure it out from there. But I think I'm fairly early on in the patches. It's going to be quite a while before I get to the end of them.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, but Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
Oh, okay, 6.41 currently. All right, thanks.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. It was but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Radzat and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I remember when Nero turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course.
Got to be getting close to the end of 14, which means the 16 engine could be used for a 17 or 18 online. Yeah, that's quite possible. They look back at how 11 progressed, and they are kind of getting towards the end of what would satisfy the conclusion of a story here, I think, too. I mean, Endwalker could have reasonably been it, if they didn't extend the story into these patches and all, I think. Those boots have got to go. I think I'll use this gear set for some glamour here in a bit. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. Ah, my apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate Guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Radzat Han. Sounds like a plan. That mender here. Yeah, I'm gonna get that stuff mended up. So next time I'm at near an inn room, I'll toss those leg pieces into my glamour chest so that I can get rid of these ridiculous looking boots here. I mean, they probably look good as a set, but I think I'll keep my general look here, using that gear that Tataru and the folks over in Charlian put together for me at the end of Endwalker. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault's sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Kapakulu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. We're sorry. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Oh, thank you so much, King. Yeah, take care of yourself and go do your stuff. We appreciate you thinking about us and dropping in here today. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions? Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void sent, and from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Alphino would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet, you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists. I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Ajaya, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken, and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void sent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the bounty gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? It was all Estinian's idea. As I recall, 'twas you who was chasing tales of undersea ruins. Well, as you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin. But I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? That is absolutely right. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loporrits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlian as well. Mistress Cryle was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you're able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. Can now do Chronicles of a New Era quest series, Myths of the Realm. Okay. The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Of course. Thank you, Anne. Anne and I are in this together. I will follow her example. Looks like it blocks out the URLs there. You could try sending me a message, perhaps. If it's in your... Okay, yeah, YouTube, King Lalafell. I'll find it that way. No problem. Yeah, well, I'll find it one way or another. Yeah, I definitely want to get over there and get us... toss a subscribe your way on that one. If you have your information or your links posted on your Twitch panels or anything like that, you know, I could find it there too. But yeah, I will definitely look for it. YouTube King Lalafell. Let me pull that up here. If I can spell anyways. Let's see. Here we go. Got it. All right, King Lalafell. 100% Lalafell, no added sugar. I think I got the right one there. All right, done. Thank you for that. And have a great rest of your day there, too. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Thanks a bunch. Yeah, you too. You too, King. I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate she who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Let her come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in her final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. It is time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. And you are to visit Akyali and Yedlamad. Speak with Matsya and his people and listen to their grievances. Justinian, I bid you do the same at Palika's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giganskal grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduda. All right, I think I will stop the story for the moment and think about some crafting and maybe my job quest here. I've got to do that as well. Let's go speak with Ugari at the Doman Enclave. See what we can move along in that regard. There she is. Long time no see, Ugari. It is good to see you, Anne. When we received word that you of all people had answered our call, I could scarcely believe it. Yet here you are. Lord Hean will be pleased for this reunion. If you would wait here a moment. Well, well, that the kami should guide your steps to our doors once more, and with such fortuitous timing. Pray, forgive me for not affording you a hero's welcome, but time is not on our side. Not long after receiving word of men transforming into hideous beasts in Thavnair, a similar creature was born of a woman in Isari. After attacking another villager, it took to the skies and fled, though to where we know not. An all too cruel twist of fate. For the one slain was among the prisoners returned to us in that deplorable exchange with Asahi and the Empire, just when they had at last begun to piece their life back together. This blasphemy must be stopped. Alas, our foe is wont to keep to the skies, well beyond the reach of our samurai and shinobi. Thus did we seek the aid of those proficient in ranged combat, able to pluck the beast from the heavens. Of course, martial prowess alone will not solve our problems. Others have turned into weaker but no less gruesome abominations, as was the case in Thavnair, and their numbers increase by the day. From what I understand, this phenomenon is not unlike a sickness which spreads by feeding on fear and anxiety, emotions which, of late, can be found in abundance. Slaying the beasts means nothing if the people's hearts cannot be put at ease. Lord Hean! You have to help. The villagers, they... Sir, please, calm yourself and tell us what happened. Another has been turned in Namai, my lord. For a blessing, no one was harmed when the beast flew into a rage, but the people are in a panic. I fear what may happen next. It would seem we have even less time than I thought. Worry not, we will see to the beast. As of yet, there is no cure for this affliction, but we will save what lives we can, I promise you. I trust you are ready to join the fray? Abso-freaking-lutely. It was last seen near the glittering basin. Come, I will show you. The beast was right here, I swear it. I thank you for leading us here, but it is not safe. Please, return to your village. We should split up if we're to have any chance of finding it. And would you see to the west? I will search in the north. Yugiri, I leave the east to you. If you find it, remember, these blasphemies are no longer people. They will not hesitate to strike you down, so you mustn't either. Now, let us not waste any more time. All right, what we got? Where is he? There it is. There's a big purple glowy circle. And let's pull out the bird to let the bird do some. Are you all right? We heard shouting and came as fast as we could. It would appear Anne arrived not a moment too soon. Why did you kill my brother? Your brother? Young man, that creature was not your kin. Not anymore. Had she not laid it to rest, it would have killed you and countless others. But if your heart cries out for one to blame, let it be me. The beast was slain at my behest, for it was the only way. No, no, you're wrong. You killed him, murdered him. I hate you. Ise, what are you doing here? Searching for Tonbo, though clearly you found him first. The monster was his older brother, as you may have guessed, and Tonbo gave chase the moment it ran off. I beg you forgive him for his outburst. His brother was all he had left. Their father was conscripted by the Empire and was, regrettably, not among those returned to us in the recent exchange of prisoners. The hope they might one day be reunited was their only comfort when the Viceroy still ruled. I can only imagine how they felt when she walked into Isari, a shadow of her former self. Tsuyu may have had no memories of the monster she was, but her victims still see her in their dreams. Nevertheless, like many, the brothers prayed your mercy would see their family restored. But then they learned of her death, and of their father's absence. Deprived of hope and of hate all at once, they had nothing. My apologies for rambling. No, it was a rather enlightening tale. I spared the woman who brought him pain and took the brother who brought him comfort. I would hate me too. I swear I will set things right for Tonbo, for all the people of Doma. Please, return home, Issei, and be safe. Let us return to the Doman Enclave. This ordeal has given me much to consider. I owe you a great debt for your timely assistance, and an apology for I've made you an executioner in young Tombo's eyes. Would that I had been the one he witnessed cut down the beast his brother had become. But we haven't time to dwell on regrets and what should have been. No, we need to take action, and after hearing of Tonbo and his brother, I believe I know what must be done. A great many of our brothers and sisters were returned to us in the prisoner exchange, but even so, there are those who yet remain lost to us. Meanwhile, Yotsuyu, who was directly responsible for much of our people's suffering, was never held to account for her crimes. In death, she claimed vengeance for her suffering at the hands of her brother, but it came at the expense of justice for her countless victims. The people of Doma have every right to resent me for failing them and their grief, but what of those who cannot bring themselves to do even that, who are left alone with their anger and their pain? it may well give way to despair, and then they would share the same fate as Tombo's brother, yes. Which is why we must needs consider who else might share in his anguish ere we find ourselves beset by more beasts. I will begin making rounds of the villages to inquire after those whom their neighbors believe are more distressed of late. Very good, and I and the other shinobi shall continue our search for the blasphemy which set these events in motion. And you, my friend, we will have need of your talents again ere long. Rest assured, we will keep you apprised of our findings. When the kami answer. Ah, and we have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the blasphemy from Asari, but for a blessing, we have received no reports of others that have turned. Lord Hien, for his part, has made a concerted effort to go about the villages and converse with his subjects directly. I suspect his constant presence has served to allay the people's fears. As one might expect, he has ever been dedicated and diligent, but I fear he has been away overlong. I thought to go and visit what should have been his last destination, Isari. Might I ask you to accompany me? Thank you. I am sure there is no cause for concern, but nevertheless, I should be glad to find him quickly. And we'll pop on over there. And, Yuguri, my apologies if I gave you cause for concern. Assessing the state of affairs here in Isari has proven difficult. To put it simply, the people, one and all, refuse to speak with me. They simply bow their heads and turn away at my approach. Knowing the blasphemy originated here, I cannot help but wonder if that has aught to do with their silence. Perhaps you could attempt to engage with the people in my stead. Surely they have no cause to deny the two of you. I should hope not. Nevertheless, I will don a disguise, lest I draw undue attention. Come, Anne, let us see what we can discover. Thank you, both of you. I owe a great debt to Lord Hien. If not for him, I would still be fighting under the imperial standard. But the village suffered dearly under the occupation. What's more, our lord failed to punish the viceroy for her crimes and failed to reunite many with their loved ones. I understand why some would think poorly of him, even if I do not. A blasphemy? You are mistaken, my friend. Our village was visited not by a monster, but a kami. Izanami. Where Lord Hien is cold and callous, she offers us boundless compassion and love. Aye, that's right. The blasphemy was born of a young woman here in Isari. Tragic, really. Every day she prayed for the safe return of her husband, but it was not to be. If I am to be honest, I fear the loss drove her poor mother-in-law mad. Kisei has ever been a devout believer in the kami and their blessings, but she's somehow convinced herself that Minato has become one. The delusions of a grieving parent, obviously, but an alarming number of people have come to share in her belief. Heresy is what it is. I see. Little wonder they would refuse to confide in me. The belief held by some that this blasphemy is a kami, however, is quite concerning. Izanami presides over life and death. She gave birth to the nation of Doma and ushers souls of the departed unto the land of the dead. I trust you understand what it would mean to deny them a source of hope in such dark times, even one such as this. The villagers also claim this Kisei can speak with the dead. In fact, she will be holding a gathering to demonstrate her powers ere long. The perfect opportunity to gauge the extent of their fanaticism. Not for me, of course. My presence would draw undue attention. Might I ask you both to attend in my stead? Her followers will be gathering in the tavern. Come. O spirits of Isari, I beseech you, lend me your voice and let your presence be known. Cross the veil and be among us once more. Akitsu. Father? Still tending the nets like I taught you? Yes, Father, every day. Thanks to you, we never want for fish. Our bellies are never empty. I am proud to be your son. I was always too embarrassed to tell you before, and I am proud to have been your father. May you be ever blessed by the sea's bounty. It hurts. Father, what's wrong? He is in terrible pain, my child. Those who have cheated death's design yet live. It has disrupted the natural order, and the spirits suffer for it. What must we do to ease their pain? Fear not. Izanami shall put all to rights. She will claim the souls not long for this world and deliver them unto the hereafter. When her work is finished, your father's spirit and all the others will find peace. Can you find my father? Can you help me speak with him? Kisei, can you commune with my husband? What about my family? Help me, Kisei, please. So, is Kisei's ability all that she claims? A young man spoke with his dearly departed father through her. I find that rather hard to believe. Even so, those in attendance appeared quite convinced, my lord. And I suspect a great many of the villagers I've spoken with recently are as well. Everywhere I went, the people were in so much pain, and there was nothing I could do or say to give them solace. Yet for all their anguish, there has not been a single report of villagers turning since the incident with Tonbo's brother. Which can only mean word of Kisei and her ability to speak with the deceased has spread. The belief we can commune with our loved ones in death is a comfort far beyond my power to provide. Though I fail to see how the people would abide the kami claiming innocent lives to restore order. She comes! Izanami! The blasphemy? Here? Lord Hien, the kami, she appeared as if from nowhere, and in the next instant this poor man was... So, we were too late. Wasn't he one of the villagers returned in the prisoner exchange? You recognize him then? Curious that he and the blasphemy's first victim were former conscripts. What could the fiend be after, I wonder? It does not become my lord to speak ill of the kami. I understand you are come to investigate the rumors of a monster born in our village. A blasphemy, you called it. But you are sorely mistaken. My daughter-in-law, Minato, was chosen to serve as a vessel for Izanami. I witnessed her ascension with my own eyes. Oh, here we go. Minato, please! I can't. I won't. There's no logic in it. No justice. The Witch of Doma spared, given a second chance, and my husband condemned to die as a conscript. I'll never know what became of him. Lord Hien can't give me even that. And when I look at the families he made whole, at their happiness, I feel the hole in my heart, the gaping wound that will never heal, begin to bleed. Only at my beloved's side will I find peace. You mustn't lose faith, Minato. All will be well. Trust in the kami. In Izanami. I want to believe, but Izanami has come to bring peace to the souls of the departed, to restore balance between their world and ours. Surely you would not dare defy the will of the kami. This balance you speak of has claimed the lives of 2 innocents but recently returned to us. I will not accept that the kami would condone such cruelty. No crueler than the sight of Yotsuyu free and forgiven, while my husband and son fought Garlemald's wars, now dead and forgotten in a foreign land. With all due respect, Lord Hien, is it not your duty to protect Doma and her people? How are we to place our faith in the man who places the enemy's safety and well-being above that of his own subjects? Ouch. Only the kami are deserving of our adoration, as they have always been. A stinging indictment. The villagers are no doubt loath to ask it of me, but preparations must be made for burials and funeral rites. I can offer that much at least. You seemed distracted during our conversation with Kisei. Is something the matter? The echo, and the blasphemy was indeed born of Minato. To bear witness to such horror, how her mind must have struggled to comprehend what she saw. And as a woman of faith, perhaps her only surviving family becoming one with the divine was the only reality which she could come to terms. I believe I know now what must be done, but I pray her fervor does not drive her to oppose us. Come, let us return to the Enclave. From what you told me of your vision, the nature of Minato's despair, as well as the focus of her ire, is clear. 'Tis plain she was a good-natured and kind-hearted woman, grieving for the loss of her husband. This loss alone may not have been enough to turn her, but my failure to hold Yotsuyu to account, together with the sight of other families reunited, compounded the turmoil in her broken heart. A path to despair paved by my good intentions. A truth that will weigh heavy on my conscience unto my dying day. Minato was prepared to die in sadness rather than live in hatred. If she could see the beast she has become, she would implore us to stop her. Which is why we must find the others who were returned to us in the prisoner exchange before they come to harm. Once their safety is assured, we may hunt down the blasphemy and bring a close to this tragedy. And level 87, okay. And if you are come to ask after the blasphemy, I have naught to share. As of yet, our shinobi have seen no sign of the beast. The returnees, however, are all accounted for, and Lord Hien has seen them safely to the Kenkan. As such, he is presently assisting with the hunt. For a blessing, there have been no reports of other villagers turning, and yet, before the situation takes a turn for the worse, there is a matter I feel warrants further investigation. Kisei. Though a villager of Isari, I suspect she may, in fact, hail from my home, Ueno Sato. Knowing they would be loath to answer my inquiries, I entreated the Kojin to contact Sueno Sato in my stead. While contact with the outside world is kept to a minimum, they have ever maintained relations with the blue of Tamamizu. At mention of Kisei, however, their cordial warmth turned strangely cold. If we are to learn more, I fear we have little choice but to go and speak with the people of Sueno Sato ourselves. A simple visit for you, I imagine, but my banishment complicates matters. That said, it has been many years since I left home. Were I to disguise myself, I might well go unnoticed in your company. If you are willing to take the risk. Sure. Why not? Thank you. Let us make for Onokoro. Onokoro, then. The garments I wore when we first met. Sufficient, I think, to conceal my identity. Oh, how many years has it been since last I saw home? I am a shinobi of Doma, but even as a child, I sought to ensure the safety and survival of Sueno Sato. I was quite bold in those days, if not a touch reckless, and together with the other children I often ventured beyond the borders of home. We yearned for adventure, and so one day we sought to behold the wonders of Doma. Imagine our horror to discover a city of ruin and ash, Imperial soldiers marching through the streets. We fled at the sight, but in my haste, I lost my way in the bamboo groves. It was there I first met a young boy named Shun, a sweaty mess as he swung his wooden sword with reckless abandon. Training to fulfill his duty as a samurai, he said. Having seen the destruction of which the Empire was capable, I too felt the need to protect my home. I joined him in his exercises, and every day my resolve to protect those I love grew. Sadly, my elders refused to listen. They were content to remain hidden beneath the waves and hopefully the Empire's notice. With a heavy heart, I left in search of the strength I believed we sorely needed, and I found it as a shinobi. But the people feared war and conflict would follow on my heels should I return. I do not begrudge them their decision, nor do I regret mine own. Part of me is overjoyed at the thought of seeing home again. Openly defying the wishes of the Ruby Princess, however, would bode ill for my family. They have suffered enough for my transgressions. That is why, for their sake, I would remain naught but a faceless shinobi at your employ. Understood. Thank you. With that in mind, let us make for Sueno Sato. All these years, yet naught appears to have changed since the day I left. But now is not the time to reminisce. We have work to do. Kisei's departure from Sueno Sato was likely decades ago. Perhaps the village elders will know why she chose to leave. Yugiri is accompanying me. Alright, hop on, Yugiri. We will ride our bird here. Oh, there's one. There's an amiable elder. Kisei, the name sounds familiar, and yet... Apologies, friend. My memory is not what it once was. Let us seek out another. There's another cheerful elder. My, it has been quite some time since last I heard that name. She was a priestess of the village, banished after drawing the ire of the former Ruby Princess. What has become of her after all these years, I wonder? Please, is there anything else you can tell us? Unagi was quite close with her, if memory serves. Perhaps you should seek her out. Mother, I had hoped to avoid my parents, but if there's no other way, Anne, might I ask you to take the lead? Oh boy, go talk to Yugi's mom. It is good to see you again. To what do we owe the honor of your visit? Issei. Yes, we were close, but that was a long, long time ago. Still, if I can be of assistance to the woman to whom we owe so much, I will share all I know. Issei was born to a family of priests, and even at an early age, she was possessed of extraordinary abilities. Much was expected of her. But everything changed the day she said she could speak with the dead. No one believed her at first, but she continued to insist she could and strove to prove it by demonstrating knowledge well beyond her years, knowledge of events to which she could not have been privy. Word of her talent eventually reached the Ruby Princess, and she was summoned to Shisui of the Violet Tides for a private audience. No one knows what Kisei said to her in that palace, only that the princess was incandescent with rage and ordered her exile forthwith. Some believe Kisei revealed a terrible secret of the royal house, or perhaps spoke a blatant falsehood that proved her a liar. Indeed, the knowledge she claimed to divine from the dead was not always truthful, but who is to say the dead would know the truth, or not seek to deceive? Thus could we never be certain if it was simply a fantasy or a power divine. The one thing that is certain is that no small number of people found comfort in her words. Would that I could tell you more, but sadly I have not seen or spoken with Kisei since her banishment. Forgive me, but have we met your companion before? She looks familiar. I believe this is the first time our humble shinobi has visited Sueno-sato. Ah, is that so? For the briefest of moments, you reminded me of someone quite dear to my heart. Being a shinobi, I presume you have heard tales of Yugiri Mistwalker. Should you chance to meet her, may I ask you to deliver her a message? Tell her that her mother and father love her, that we could not be more proud of her. I will. I have no doubt she feels the same, and not a day goes by without you in her thoughts. I believe we have heard enough. Shall we return to Onokoro? My apologies for placing you in so peculiar a situation. Though I must confess it did my heart good to see Mother and Father well. All the more reason I must do all I can to keep the peace. As a shinobi of Doma, no, as a member of the Eastern Alliance. Mayhap there will come a day when Sueno Sato opens to the world, a day when Yugiri Mistwalker can be reunited with her mother and father. Would that Lord Heian could be afforded the same opportunity. But Lord Kyan and Lady Mina have long since passed, two of too many lives lost in the Imperial occupation. I cannot imagine he would ever succumb to despair, but make no mistake, Lord Heian knows the pain of his people all too well. I can see it in his eyes, and if I may be honest, it troubles me at times. But perhaps I have said too much. Come, we mustn't keep him waiting. Back to the Doman Enclave. Welcome back. I trust your journey proved an enlightening one? So she does, in fact, hail from Sueno Sato, and you say she has possessed these divine gifts since childhood. Genuine or no, the people believe her, and more flock to her side with every passing day. But the returnees are safe at the Kinkan, its defenses bolstered. As for the blasphemy, I have spoken with our Confederate allies, among others, and together we will establish a network of contacts across the length and breadth of Doma to take up the search in earnest. Mark my words, we will find it. And level 88. You've arrived not a moment too soon. The blasphemy has been sighted on the coast. For a mercy, there are no reported casualties as of yet. Just the woman I was hoping to see. No sooner had we cast wide our net than a Confederate messenger was at our door. If you would join us, Rasho awaits our arrival at Onokoro. Yo, Rasho. Well now, that the noble Lord of Doma should come in person once again. Mayhap these blasphemies truly are a threat. Indeed they are. And I was told you and yours sighted our quarry quite recently. Aye, that we did, near the islands of Shoal Rock. The beast appeared to be docile by all accounts, but appearances can be deceiving. If it is as you say, and this blasphemy has eyes only for former conscripts, then we have naught to fear. I trust those we accepted into our care are still in yours, at the Qian enjoying the finest Doman hospitality. Anyway, I know not why it came to the Ruby Sea, nor why it remains idle, but if we act quickly, there is a chance we can take it unawares. I propose we divide our forces. If you're willing to go ashore, we'll take a ship and circle about the islands. The first to find it will have the honor of the kill. Ha! A simple enough plan. Shall we be off to Shoal Rock then? This is where the blasphemy was last sighted. If the fates are kind, this will all be over soon. Damn. Such speed. I doubt even my falcons could keep pace with it. Ah, don't tell me that's the blasphemy flying off into the distance. I hope the ill will it bore me in life might compel the beast to stay and fight. Perhaps less of Minato remains than I thought. Minato? That monstrosity was Minato? You knew her? Her family tried to flee to Hingashi during the occupation, but their ship was raided and sunk. When we happened upon the wreckage, she was huddled between her parents on a piece of flotsam, desperate to keep warm, but they had long since grown cold. We took her to Onokoro, where we nursed her back to health. Couldn't imagine what horrors she must have witnessed. The mere sight of our weapons was enough to make her start screaming. She was clearly unfit for our trade, so we sought a village that might take her in. Isari was that village. Several months later, I chanced to meet her on this very beach. She was in the company of a young Ari fisherman, and I knew at once she had found more than a home there. I saw them here many times after that. She found something comforting about this place, I think. According to reports from Radzat Han, the memories and desires of those who turn can influence their behavior as blasphemies. Then perhaps Minato's memories are what compelled the beast to come here. That would also explain its timid nature. Minato was never one for violence, and the sight of you, blade drawn, no doubt stirred what little of the woman remains in the monster. If that is the case, an assault on the Kinkan is unlikely, guarded as it is by our samurai. But how are we to fight an enemy so quick to flee at the first sign of danger? Robbed of her parents, her husband, and now her life. I would rather we didn't have to at all. But I understand full well the risk we take by doing nothing. If we catch sight of the blasphemy again, you will be the first to know. Perhaps next time we can put her soul to rest. There is naught to do now but bide our time. Come, let us return to the Enclave. Let's see, some more fun minions, maybe. There was. Yeah, I got that earlier, and there's a teacup, Kapakulu. No, not that one. All right, back to the Dome and Enclave. Given what we have learned, it seems likely that the blasphemy will return to Shoal Rock, but that knowledge will avail us not if we cannot prevent it from escaping again. Lord Hien, on behalf of the people of Isari, we are come with a request. We welcome you with open arms and open hearts. What is it you would ask of me? Those returned to us in the prisoner exchange have been granted shelter at the Kyenkan. That they yet live is an affront to the Kami's grand design, and the spirits of our loved ones suffer for it. Balance must needs be restored, and so I beseech you to render them unto the goddess Izanami. Say what? Absolutely not. 'Tis not our place to pray for the death of others, nor draw steel to sate mere bloodlust. When I take a life, be it by command or my own hand, I do so not in service to vengeance, but to uphold my duty to Doma and her people. How did your mercy for Yatsuyu serve your duty? How were your people made better by the sight of her walking free? For her crimes and her cruelty, I cut her down the day we took Doma Castle. I sought to kill her, and by rights, she should have died then and there. But the Kami willed otherwise, and returned her to us alive and bereft of her memories. With no recollection of her deeds, it would have been Tsuyu who faced punishment, not Yotsuyu. This was my judgment, and for it you were denied the justice you deserved. You have every right to resent me. But you come before me and ask that I sacrifice men and women whose only crime was to suffer, to be condemned to a life of servitude. If you truly believe your cause to be sacrosanct, believe yourselves fit to bear the burden and swing the sword, then step forward. Sophistry and lies. They were meant to die. The spirits demand it. Are these the words of the dead, or the living who yet mourn? Hey, all right. Word of the Isari priestess and her gifts has spread far and wide, and I thought to see the truth of it myself. By coincidence, I crossed paths with a traveler hailing from the self-same village, who had a mind to return as well, but, alas, could not. And so he bid me deliver a missive in his stead. Judging by the striking resemblance, I take it you are the young fisher Akitsu. This is a letter from my father. He was severely wounded in battle, but expects to make a full recovery. He's alive, but that would mean... Surely a woman of your talents can divine a plausible explanation for this turn of events. You shall pay for this contumely. My daughter will make certain of that. I've never heard that word. Apologies for the abrupt and otherwise unannounced arrival. As you can see, my Lord Hien, I am returned. Full glad am I for it. Thanks to your timely arrival, we have given the lie to Kisei's claims of preternatural powers. I gather you are apprised of recent events. Aye, it did not take long to learn the state of affairs here in Doma, and that my assistance may be required. I had heard tales of Kisei channeling the dead, including the father of one young fisherman. Imagine my surprise when I saw this spirit in the flesh. He was also on pilgrimage, paying respects to the departed, and we chanced to meet in a Liberation Front infirmary. Would that we were not brought back together under such circumstances, but I am glad to see you all hale and hearty. Combo? Is something the matter? I wish to apologize, Lord Hien. It was wrong of me to say the things I said. I understand nothing can bring back my father, but I was so angry. Please, Tombo, you needn't apologize. It's just... my brother was always so brave, but Father's death was more than he could bear, and it turned him into that monster. If he wasn't brave enough, what chance do I have? We wanted to perform the rites for Father, but the body was never returned to us, so... Not that I blame you for that, Lord Hien. I understand nothing could be done. That Akitsu's father survived is nothing short of a miracle, but I fear he is indeed the rare exception. I have offered prayers at more graves than I can count. It would be cruel to give others the false hope that their loved ones might return. And yet Kisei continues to do just that, offering comfort with her lies. A tempting but ephemeral balm for wounds that have yet to heal. Much like the anger some harbor for you, or resentment for the families restored while theirs remain broken. But for those, like that poor boy whose hearts lack for hatred, who know only sadness and despair, aye, they too may turn. Exposing the truth of Kisei's deception hasn't helped matters. If we are to prevent more suffering, we must pursue a lasting solution. I would be most grateful for your counsel, Gosetsu. There is much I could learn from your pilgrimage. If there is aught you require, but say the word and it shall be done. It is the least I can do for the part I played in Yatsuyu's tragedy. I failed her in the end, but I will not fail you, my lord. Thank you again for your aid, Anne. The day's events have given me much to consider. When our next step is decided, you will be first to know. Regrettably, there have been no sightings of the blasphemy since our first encounter at Shoal Rock. As Tansway surmised, it seems to fear confrontation. We, for our part, have tried to make good use of this intervening calm. Even now, Lord Heian and Gosetsu discuss how we might prevent other villagers from turning. If you would wait here a moment, he will no doubt wish to hear your thoughts on the matter. Anne, so glad you could come. As Yugiri no doubt explained, the blasphemy continues to elude us, and so we have turned our attention to other matters we can and should address. After long discussions and much deliberation, we believe we have found a means to allay the growing malaise of our people. If you would, Gosetsu? The idea came to us after considering young Tanbo's remarks about his father, whose body was never found and returned to Doma. Whoops, sorry about that. Put simply, they cannot make peace with their loss. Their anguish, if left to linger, may consume them as well. That we might provide the people of Doma with comfort and closure, we will hold a national funeral at the Swallow's Compass. Those who choose to attend will be asked to present personal effects of the deceased they wish to be enshrined there. Spirits reside in all things, be they living or inanimate, and though we may die, a part of us lives on in the items we cherished most in life. Therefore, in lieu of remains, these belongings will be afforded a place in the royal mausoleum, that the spirits of those lost to us may find their way home to Doma, and at last know peace. The announcement has already been made, and a great many people are now engaged in the difficult task of deciding which keepsake will serve as their offering. It is not a decision to be made lightly, but I suspect they will have made up their minds by the time we go to collect their chosen tokens. I also hope to learn more about the departed from those willing to speak with me for my benefit and for others. To break free of their sorrow, they must seek joy in the memories and the love they shared with the departed, and I will help them find it. Might the liberator of Doma be willing to favor the people with her presence as well? I doubt not that they will appreciate the gesture. Sure, I'll go. Good. Yugiri, I leave the people of Isari to you. Gosetsu, might I ask you to... Apologies, my lord, but there is a small but most urgent matter I must first tend to. Oh? Very well. I shall I shall not pry. Now, Anne, let us go and pay a visit to the good people of Namai. Right then. Before we begin, I would remind you that you need only listen to the tales of their loved ones. As overseer of the ceremony, I see it as my duty to deliver their effects personally. Because of this, it is of the utmost importance that we keep clear of any beasts that might damage our cargo. It goes without saying how important it is that their offerings are delivered in pristine condition, and I will be no good to you in a fight while heavily encumbered. If stealth or flight are not options, I must ask that you fight for both of us. Fight for us both. But we needn't worry unless the occasion arises. For now, let us be off. Alright, he's accompanying me. So, talking to some folks, I guess. 3 folks here. My husband, my dear sweet Maroya, never returned from Garlemald, but perhaps now his soul might know peace. Please, take this painting brush to the Swallow's Compass. I shall handle it with the utmost care. Might we trouble you to tell us more about your husband? Maroya was a kind and gentle soul. There was nothing he loved more in the world than to create. That brush never left his side, not even when he tended the fields. Any spare moment was dedicated to his craft, and he produced the most wonderful vistas of Yanxia. It was his dream to take us to Kugane, where he would become a famous artist, until he was conscripted. In the early days, he would send drawings of the places they took him, though I know not how. But more time began to pass between each arrival, and then they stopped coming altogether. I know not in what far-flung land he died, but I pray it was as beautiful as his works. He sounds like quite a man, to hold fast to his art, even when forced to endure such hardship. His soul will find peace, of that I have no doubt. I must thank you again, Lord Hien, for this honor. My son would have been overjoyed to know that his katana would be enshrined at the Swallow's Compass. Nay, the honor is mine. I'm sure your son was a fine warrior. Aye, and so was I once upon a time. A samurai, as it happens, in service to your father when the Empire first invaded our lands. Though we were defeated, our spirits broken, my son Motosue was never one to lose hope. He was determined to follow in my footsteps, gave his everything to honing his skill with the blade. When I watched him train, I felt the pride I thought I'd forsaken swell in my breast, and I knew he would restore our family to its former glory. Alas. He could have fled, perhaps started life anew as a vagabond of some sort. But he bore the burden and fought for Garlemald, for fear of what the Imperials might do if he did not. It's plain he was a loving son and a warrior true. I will care for his blade as if it were mine own, and see it given the honor and respect due a samurai of Doma. Hey, Tombo. I realize it's quite large, but I wanted to offer this on behalf of my brother and our father, Suzushiro. If you are willing, I would very much like to hear more about them both. My father, he was a carpenter. He was a good man, if a bit stubborn, always thinking about his work. The only time he ever seemed to enjoy himself was when he had a cup of sake in his hand. When my brother came of age, he took up the trade as well. It brought them closer. I'd see them laughing over drinks together or listening in silence to the crickets singing under the moonlight. I wanted to join them one day. This was their favorite sake, though I thought they might miss it. I am sure it will taste all the sweeter having come from you. I realize no one can ever replace your brother or father, but if you will allow, I would be honored to share drinks with you in their stead. When you are of age, of course. This should be everything. Would you join me for a short reprieve before our journey back? And I'll just stick this huge vat of sake in my back pocket. Well, where are we going? Let's see. Oh, he's like off in the field here, so kind of close by it looks like. They put on brave faces, but the people of Namai are still racked with grief. It is the same at every village I have visited in recent days, but it is only now that I am struck by the contradictory nature of my goals. Having joined the Eastern Alliance and taken steps to revitalize the Enclave, I believed Doma was at last on the path to peace and prosperity. I still do. Yet by focusing so keenly on the future, I have neglected the past that yet haunts my people. Even if they do not give in to despair and become beasts that plague our lands like poor Tombo's brother, how are we to truly move forward if we are constantly looking back? You speak of their haunted past, Lord Hien, but what of yours? Me? All things considered, I suppose it was only a matter of time before the subject was broached. Ha! She cuts to the heart of the matter, and the young lord. For the best, I should think, for he cannot lead by example if he has not yet made peace with his own past. 1,000 apologies, my lord. I was passing through, tending to the matters of which I spoke earlier, when I chanced to hear familiar voices in the distance. If I may be so bold, the people of Doma, one and all, understand the source of your pain. To lose your father in the turmoil of a failed rebellion, his staggering duty to the throne thrust upon you, aye, how could you even begin to mourn when first you had to lead? It would behoove you to take part in the funeral rites, my lord. Take this time to make peace with your past while it is still yours to spend. Though unlikely, if not impossible, were you to become a monster as well, Doma would surely be lost. I thank you for your counsel, Gosetsu. But if I may ask, why is it you keep your blade at the ready? I thought this personal matter of yours to be naught but a trifle, or am I mistaken? Well, I find the katana a superior tool for peeling persimmons. Speaking of which, I do believe my stomach begs for sustenance, if you'll excuse me. Training. To help slay the blasphemy, no doubt. Fitting that he should offer me counsel, yet refuse to heed it in kind. He is not the warrior he once was, but he is wise, our obstinate friend. If I am to be perfectly honest, it frightens me to recall it, the moment it all came crashing down. We'd taken Doma Castle. Victory was ours. But then we looked out and saw the banners of the 12th Legion marching toward us, the Crown Prince at the fore. No sooner had Gosetsu and I escaped than we received word that Xenos had slain my father. I remember how the fight went out of Gosetsu in that instant, how he wept for his lord, while I felt the weight of the profound duty bear down upon my shoulders, crushing, suffocating, the heat of my own breath, the chill of my clammy palms. But duty demanded I master my emotions. When all those around me, Gosetsu included, were consumed by anger and a thirst for vengeance, I had to be in control. Under my orders, we dispersed and fled to fight another day. To this day, I have not stopped to reflect on my father's death. How could I, devoted as I am to finding Doma's way forward? But now I must. And so, having taken you into my confidence, would you see this through with me to journey's end? Yes, I think I will. The keepsake I would offer up for the funeral is hidden in a place not easily reached. We will have to fly there, I'm afraid, but worry not. My Yol will ferry us just a moment. The place we seek is Plum Spring, in the mountains. Shall we? Let's go. My parents would bring me here for Hanami as a child. Its beauty and serenity was such that I could forget the realities of the occupation. Indeed, some of my fondest memories of family are here, which is precisely why I chose this place to conceal the singular gift my father bequeathed to me as a child. Charming, is it not? The great auspice Qishen Dasheng. Is that right? Qishen Dasheng, said to reside somewhere along the Diaryu chain. In those days, anyone and everyone knew the tales of his prowess. Reckless boy that I was, I once even tried to seek him out, hoping he might help us. I buried it here shortly after my coming-of-age ceremony. It seemed a fitting place to both part with my childhood and offer a final goodbye to my mother. More a keepsake of mine than his, to be sure, but he was never a man of worldly possessions. Still, I suspect he would allow himself a rare smile if he were to see it again after all these years. And that is precisely how I wish to bid him farewell, with a smile. It should go without saying, I would prefer it not become known that I kept this doll here. Wouldn't want the children to grow jealous now, would we? And with that, I believe it is time we return to the Enclave. There are yet more villages to visit and offerings to collect, but preparations are proceeding apace. Soon the people will have one less cause to be tempted down the path of despair. Of course, there still remains the problem of the blasphemy. The former conscripts will remain at the Kinkan until it has been dealt with. We will slay the beast in due time, but before that, I would be honored if you were present for the funeral rites. Pray, speak with Yugiri when next you visit the Enclave, and she will tell you more of the proceedings. Level 90. As ever, your timing is impeccable. We but moments ago completed preparations for the funeral. I will inform Lord Hien of your arrival. You're here. Excellent. The blasphemy continues to shun our settlements, and I mean to make the most of the time its absence affords us. I assume you are planning to take part in the ceremony? Glad to hear it. Unfortunately, Gosetsu will not be joining us today. He's injured himself, as I knew he would with his secret training, and now grumbles from the confines of his bed. But he will be fine in due course. We may worry over his convalescence after the funeral. What do we got here? Glowy event point here. We'll have a duty coming up, it looks like. The villagers should arrive ere long, then we may begin. Lord Hien, I apologize, my lord, for my past transgressions. I yearned to believe my daughter was a kami reborn, but you were right. She is a monster. Words can ill express my shame for advocating the conscripts be sacrificed to appease the dead. Nay, this ceremony shall serve far, far better, and so, as a humble citizen of Doma, I offer my deepest gratitude and beg your forgiveness. I would make an offering on behalf of my husband and son, as well as my dear, sweet Minato. I throw myself on your mercy, Lord Hien. Allow them a place within the mausoleum that their spirits may know peace. There is no need to beg forgiveness, Kisei. Please, rise. Uh-oh. Alright, way to be alert, you giddy. She will come for you. By the kami, she gave her life to draw out the blasphemy? Whoa. Blasphemy, Izanami. Alright, let's see what we can do here. See, first of all, Yugiri, can you be my dance partner? Yeah, there we go. Stygian whale. Thanks, Ian.
For you, Father. Concentrate.
Thanks for the hydrate. I'll have to get to that when I'm finished here. Thank you.
It is nothing.
What's going to happen here? Get out of the way of these things.
The weave of a shinobi's power.
Alright, everybody stack. Down for the count. Quick drink here. Thanks for the hydrate and the water here. Apologies for the untimely arrival, my lord. Gosetsu, you're supposed to be resting. Oh. Gosetsu, what is that staff? Are you a healer now? Pilgrimage proved a most enlightening experience and is where I chanced to discover the benefits of ascetic training. I may no longer be fit to wield a blade, my lord, but Shugendo affords me another way to turn the tide of battle. Nice. Stubborn as ever, I shall have to thank you later. Let us put an end to this. All right, let's do it.
For you, Father!
I'll just have to eat that, I guess. Interrupted. Stygian Storm.
The weed of a shinobi's power.
Whoops. Get out of that if I can. Pizza! Mmm, pizza, yum. Alright, I'll come here with you, Giddy. Yes. Yeah, I didn't want to get that, but... Almost got it. Dink. Misguided fire. Could be about it. There we go. Yeah, thanks. Ooh, glass of milk, it looks like. Mmm. A deceiver to the bitter end, but she is still a daughter of Doma. She will have a proper burial, and her family's belongings enshrined with the others. Mmm, corn. I have gathered you here today not to speak of the future, but to reflect on the past, to pay respects to loved ones fallen on the field of battle. In honor of their sacrifices, these sons and daughters of Doma shall be giving a place here, at the Swallow's Compass. Though they no longer walk with us in life, they walk with us in spirit. Pray, never forget their bravery, that the memories of their legacy give you comfort and strength. Aroya Motokawa, the aspiring painter. He was a man who saw beauty in all things, and one day would have become a renowned artist in Kugane. Motusue Jito, the warrior in training, he longed to become a samurai like his father and bring honor to his family. Suzushiro Kodakumi, the carpenter, a man wholly dedicated to his craft who hoped to one day pass on his talents to his two loving children. And lastly, Minato Shihogaki and her mother-in-law Kisei. Theirs was once a happiness to be envied. Minato's parents were murdered by Imperial soldiers, and after being rescued by the Confederacy, Minato was given into the care of the village of Isari. Though she arrived with a broken heart, it was soon mended by the man who would become her husband, the son of Kisei, who herself had been born to Isari on winds of tragedy. Kisei was a child of the deep, born in Sueno Sato. For her gifts she was exiled, but with her courage and tenacity found a new home on the shores of the Ruby Sea. She was a devoted wife and mother, and though not related by blood, she loved Minato as if she were their own. That is how she lived, how they all lived, and how they should be remembered. Let your hearts swell not with sorrow, but with joy for their memory. Know that proof of their mark left on this world shall remain here, enshrined within the Swallow's compass for all eternity. Let us still our voices, and in silence pray for their souls, that they may share in the peace we have found. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting battle with the blasphemy as a prelude to the ceremony. At least now we may breathe easy, if only for a short while. The villagers have all returned home, and I believe it is time we did the same. All right, back to the Doman Enclave. We've held a national funeral and slain a blasphemy besides. A rather productive day, would you not agree? The former conscripts will be elated to finally return home. Speaking of returns, I think I speak for us all when I say your appearance at the Swallow's Compass came as something of a shock. What of your injuries from training? Quite painful for some time, I assure you. Despite my best efforts to reclaim my former skills, my back and my hips vigorously protested. I planned to sleep that I might be well rested for the morrow's hunt, but a voice called out to me. I was needed, and so I grabbed my cane and ran as quickly as my ailing body would allow. The cane suits you, Gosetsu, but your mastery of healing magics was a sight to behold. Almost as surprising as your resurrection following the fall of Doma Castle. I am still but a novice in dire need of training. 'Tis my hope that I will be able to refine my ascetic arts during my next pilgrimage. So you are leaving then? Worry not, Lord Heian. Should you find yourself in dire straits once more, I shall fly to your side. Not as a samurai, perhaps, but I will nonetheless give our enemies cause to tremble. And with that, I take my leave. Though it may be years, if not decades, until we truly make peace with our past, we have turned a corner and begun to heal. We may look to the future unburdened by grief ignored and sadness denied. The path ahead is ever fraught with peril, but we shall walk it with eyes unclouded and with pride. You have done so much for us, for Doma. I wish there was more I could do for you. If I may ask one last favor, before you leave, please inform our representative at Radzat Han that the blasphemy has been vanquished and the people of Doma are safe. With any luck, our experiences here will prove useful to other nations that yet grapple with these beasts. Leave it to me, I'll do that. Alright, and we'll go close this out in Radzat Han. Lady Anne, your return. What word from Doma? The blasphemy is no more. That is most wonderful news. I must inform the other delegates at once. Thank you again for answering our summons. If another threat should rear its dastardly head, I pray we can count on your assistance again. You can now dye the job-specific gear for level 90 physical range DPS. Alright, that's great. Alright, we were doing the carpenter crafting quest. Let's switch to maybe blacksmith here. And next time when we start, we'll go ahead and pick up the rest of the initial crafting studium collectible quests here. Next time, get those underway and then continue on with the patches here. And we'll work on getting our crafters and gatherers leveled up along the way. So let's see, let's head on over to the studium here. And we'll just drop ourselves off in preparation for next time. All right, well, that'll do it for today. Thank you for hanging in there with me, and we'll be back tomorrow morning for more Final Fantasy XIV, where we'll start off getting some crafting quests going here, get ready to do some studium turn-ins, and then we'll continue on with the patch. I think we're in like 6.1, 6.1-ish, thereabouts now. Anyhow, take care of yourself. I hope you have a great rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Take care. Bye-bye.